Hello. Hope you're all doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. So, tonight we'll be using the Empyrean Oracle. We'll, of course, still be using a tarot deck as well. I'm not just gonna do the Empyrean on its own, though I was considering it. But alongside that, we'll also be using the Eventide Affirmations deck. I was going to use the Thera-pets deck, but I feel the Empyrean and the Eventide Affirmations deck would work well together. Ooh. Excuse me. I suddenly have the hiccups. Well, a random hiccup. I don't know if anyone else gets that, but I occasionally just get like a single random hiccup out of nowhere. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into things. Okay. Welcome back. And you're all good. You didn't miss anything aside from a random tiny hiccup that I'm not even sure the microphone picked up. I don't know if the microphone picked it up, so you're fine. You didn't miss anything important. Okay, and what message do we need to hear today? First. First. Okay. First. Okay. So, interesting combination of things. Okay. So we have 2 of coins, 2 of cups, Queen of coins reversed, Page of wands, it's up a little bit, Page of wands, and the moon. Okay, so, it's important here, that you check in on the prioritization of things and where your priorities lie, okay? And this may be something that you're already in the process of, okay? So, look at the balance between things. Okay? Are you prioritizing yourself enough? Are you prioritizing yourself enough? Or... I'm sorry. I just randomly saw some, like, a speck of something on my keyboard. And I decided to pick it off, because it was kind of, like, shiny. It's a random piece of seaweed from rice, some rice I made, like, a few days ago. I don't even know how that ended up there, but okay. It must have been a piece that didn't make it into the bowl. And somehow I didn't notice it. So... anyway. Make sure you're prioritizing yourself enough here, okay? Like, yes, that doesn't mean that you need to, you know, just focus only on yourself, but make sure you're prioritizing yourself and not these other relationships. Okay? And that includes relationships of all forms, not just romantic ones. Make sure that you're prioritizing yourself where necessary, and that that balance of things is good, okay? Because currently it seems like things are kind of imbalanced, and there is some need. You're feeling... there is some instability, and you're feeling... that's leading to you feeling like you're not getting what you need. Which is leading to you feeling very ungrounded. You're slacking on taking care of yourself. And, that's not meant to be, like, in, you know, like a rude way, by the way. That doesn't mean that you're, you know, you're just, you know, it's not meant in a bad way. More so that, like, you're not making sure that you're getting what you need out of things, and that you're replenishing yourself. And that's not meant to, like, be like a call out, like, no, you're being a slob. Like, no, it's not that at all, okay? And even if you are, like, maybe you do feel that way and you're being hard on yourself, and here's the thing, knock it off, okay? If you are telling yourself those things, knock it off. Okay? Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes we fall behind on things without intending to, and you don't take care of things as well as we'd like. That's not more of a reason to be hard on yourself, okay? Sometimes you just gotta, as I recently put it a few days ago, sometimes you essentially just need to go into potato mode. Because that's what I've been doing for, like, the past week. The fuckers... my guides, one in particular, Mr. Sass, little shit kind of fucking tricked me into fucking taking care of myself. Like, essentially self-care. And pretty much all I did was just turn into a potato for a few days by just kind of resting and just watching a bunch of things, essentially. Because I've been feeling like watching like a lot of horror stuff recently, like horror movies, because I'm a really big horror fan. I love horror movies, just really horror media of any kind. Like, I also like read a lot of horror books, and I like a lot of horror manga. I pretty much like anything by Junji Ito, and PTSD Radio is another good horror manga series. Another really good fucking horror manga series. It's creepy as fuck. But anyway, yeah, so I spend a lot of time just kind of like doing things together with him, because he pretty much spends like, it's not pretty much, he spends like, he's always here in some form or another. He's always like right beside me. And so I spend a lot of time together with him, and we do things together occasionally. And I know that might sound weird, but it's also, it's really nice for building a connection with your guides. If you have that sort of like level of communication with them, it's actually very fun. It's a very good way to build a connection with them too. So I do that a lot with him, and that's essentially how he tricked me into taking care of myself. Making me prioritize myself, essentially, without me even realizing it, because I just took time to just, like, sit back and relax and go watch a bunch of, like, horror stuff together. And then a few days later, when I was, like, starting to feel kind of bad about it, because I hadn't really done anything productive for a few days, I was just kind of like venting a bit about it to Adam here, and that was pretty much when I realized, fuck, he tricked me, that little fucking shit. He actually got me to just like fucking take a break from things, because I've been pushing myself really, really hard lately. Not like to the point of, you know, like exhaustion or anything like that. Like, I don't do that. I'm not like that extreme. But I've been pushing myself a lot lately, and just been very go 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 a lot lately. And he tricked me into taking care of myself. And into actually slowing down and going and doing things that I enjoy. Yeah, exactly. Like, he has trickster energy, so that's not really, yeah, that's kind of his forte. Is, yep. Yep. So, Point of that being, as I was saying, sometimes all you can do is just, you know, go into potato mode and just sit and do nothing. But, like, watch things or, like, play things or just, like, do things that you enjoy that are fun. And those moments are very, very crucial towards actually, like, taking care of yourself. Sometimes you do need a break from everything. And it's okay to take time to do that occasionally. It's absolutely okay. You're not lazy for doing so, okay? So if you are calling yourself, you know, lazy and unproductive and just a slob, knock it off, okay? Knock it off. Prioritizing yourself and what you need is fine, okay? And also know that, like, like, there doesn't have to be a point to things, okay? There doesn't have to be a point to doing some things, okay? Sometimes you can just do things because you enjoy them, and they make you happy, and they help give you time to essentially just reset. Do things because you enjoy them occasionally, okay? Not because there's a reason for it or a meaning for it. Just do things because you enjoy them. And also, follow that inner call, okay? Follow that inner call. Follow that path of what makes you happy. Okay? It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to make sense. If there's just something that pops into your mind that sounds fun or that you feel like doing, go for it. Doesn't matter if it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't matter if it's going to seem childish. It doesn't matter if it's going to seem immature. The opinions of others don't matter here, okay? Do things because you have fun. Because you enjoy them. Because you need to take time to yourself to actually recharge, okay? Prioritize you is the key thing here. Prioritize you. Do the things that you need to do, that you want to do, that help you feel replenished and recharged. So you can keep moving towards the things that you want to, okay? And let's see what the Empyrean wants to add. Are you kidding me? Man, they really want to emphasize that. You want to take a guess as to what fucking card popped out? It's balance. No, but funnily enough, chaos is the partner card to this. No, it's balance. I really want to fucking emphasize that, I guess. if you're curious. There's balance. Partner card is chaos. Okay, balance. The pendulum will keep swinging. Our lives will always be in flux, which is to say, we will never achieve sustained balance. But perhaps we don't want balance. Maybe what we want is to have enough room to hold it all. Balance is the art of acknowledging both the good and the bad. It's not insisting on peace, but living with space for nuance, allowing for two polar opposites to exist together. When people say they want balance in their lives, what they really want is to feel balanced, to feel content and in harmony, grounded and stable. This neutrality can be found in non-reactivity, of not getting swept up or reactive, and just letting life unfold and responding in the best way you know how. Our first instinct is often to categorize things: good versus bad, healthy versus unhealthy, right versus wrong. But life and we ourselves are often everything. All of it exists within us. It is when we can accept this that we feel balanced. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add. Okay, this card kind of flipped over. It popped out, but then like flipped over and put itself back in. But I'm going to acknowledge that one too. Okay, we have 3 cards here. The card that started popping out popped out and then flipped itself over again and back in. Every day I find moments where I can cultivate self-acceptance. And I feel like that's going very, very in line with that balance card there. Accept all parts of yourself, even the parts that aren't necessarily so great, okay? And again, as the balance card also says, don't focus on categorizing things, okay? I can release shame and judgment of myself, which goes very, very in line with this one as well, with this card. And I draw boundaries between myself and others' energies. I do not take on what is not mine. Which again, I feel is very, very important with this card here, the 2 of Coins and the 2 of Cups, okay? Which is why it's important to prioritize yourself. Okay. Make sure those things are in balance. Okay. So, whoever needed to hear that message, I hope it helps. and take a drink here. Okay. Okay. What message do those who are watching might need to hear today? First, okay. Let's see what we have. Oh, we have an ad break, so I'll go ahead and hold off here for a second, just in case. Okay. And it should be over. So we have the Seven of Cups reversed, the Knight of Coins, and the Page of Cups. So I get the sense here that this is in regards to kind of figuring out what it is that you want here. Okay. There's a bit of like there's a bit of like a dreamer energy here. With the Page of Cups. So with Seven of Cups as well. So, you might just be starting to kind of figure out what it is that you want, where you want to be going here. But you're not sure how to get there. You've probably been feeling very confused, feeling pulled in many directions perhaps, and unsure of which decisions you should be making for yourself here. Actually begin moving towards what it is that you want, whatever that may be. And that's okay. You will find clarity eventually, okay? Even if you're not sure what it is that you want yet, okay? You will find clarity, okay? And then you'll actually be able to move forward towards what it is that you want. Once you actually figure this out. Don't worry yourself too much about... Don't stress yourself out too much here as you wait. Or as you are dealing with some uncertainty here, okay? Don't stress yourself out too much. Okay? And let's see what the Empyrean wants to add here. Okay. Ooh. I think I remember this card. Ether. Interesting. Ether. And just when you think it's nothing, it's everything. We may never be able to comprehend the idea of universal energy. We play with it like mercury broken free of a thermometer. Just when we think we have it, that it's the lens we now see through, it dances away from us like a flame, and we are back on the bustling street shouting at faceless traffic. We are one has become a trope that we've outgrown. It's repeated to calm anxieties, to unify when there's a fracture, to soothe when we feel the heat of anger. It doesn't come close to capturing the true magnitude of all that we are, of how truly connected everything and everyone is. Each of us minuscule threads in a fabric woven together stretching across time and space. A fabric that can shift and move, swell and contract, but cannot be torn or destroyed. The magic of knowing that we are the ether is having the ability to transform and expand at any given moment. It's trusting that the same atoms that make up the universe, that stretch on for eternity, that hold so much mystery and alchemy, live within us. We can mirror their rhythm. We can tear down the levees that keep us trapped in this world made of steel, and begin believing in the ever-possible infinite, where ease is attainable, where the difference between love and hate is hair-thin, just a decision. We can embody the untamable wild that is the burning stars, the diamonds that rain on Jupiter, the laugh of the bold spirits that echo through the galaxies. A very pretty card. And I feel like that does very, very much go in line with, like, that whole, like, dreamer energy. Okay, and let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add here. There we go. Okay. This card really, or this deck really does not want to give anything right now. Hold on. I'm being very particular, I guess. Okay, what do we got here? Okay. Okay. Going very in line with that, I can trust things will unfold the way that they should. So again, things might not make sense, you might not have any sense of direction about where you're supposed to be going. Don't get too caught up in that, okay? Even in this period of confusion and uncertainty, okay? There might be things that are happening currently to get you to where you need to be, okay? And during these intense times, sometimes they can be very confusing, chaotic periods for us. Not only do perhaps certain things need to be put, not only are certain things being set in motion currently, but also sometimes before we can continue, certain chapters need to close here. And that's okay too. No matter what's happening for you currently, just trust that things will work out the way that they should, okay? Okay. And with that, let me go ahead and open the queue here. Okay. Queue is now open. Are you ready, Adam? Okay, let me take a drink of tea here really quick. Okay. What message does Adam need to hear today? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. I saw one of the cards in there. My friend has decided to visit. Okay. Rider reversed. Reversed. Rider reversed. Okay. Rider reversed. Right? Rider reversed. Rider reversed. Okay. Okay. We have the Knight of Swords reversed. Our friend who has decided to pop up, but he's also in reverse. Five of Swords reverse. Wanted to say hi, I guess. The Three of Coins, Three of Cups, and the Five of Coins. Okay. So, given the swords, all the swords energy here, yeah, I just noticed you got 2 3s and 2 5s. Interesting. So, given the swords energy here, I feel like there's been a bit of like a bit of a struggle, essentially. Things may have been feeling pretty intense for a while. But I get the sense this is something that's starting to clear away for you. Oh, I just noticed these aren't completely on camera. Let me move them slightly. There we go. I get a sense that they're beginning to kind of start to clear away for you, at least a little bit. So, particularly, I get the sense that the Knight of Swords here, reversed, is kind of signaling like the energy that you were dealing with before. Mixed in with that Five of Coins a little bit too, and the energy of the Five of Swords upright as well. In the past, kind of signifying that like past energy that you were dealing with. Eventually feeling kind of like an inferiority complex kind of vibes. Feeling like you're not good enough, you're not doing enough, you're not making enough progress. A heavy sense of defeatedness, wanting to give up, feeling like things aren't going to lead anywhere. Both of those things coming from the Knight of Swords reversed here, and what that sort of energy of the Five of Swords upright would hold. And you felt like you had to deal with this alone here, okay? You felt like you were being just like left out in the cold, like you had no one to help you, and like you had something that you had to do alone. But you're beginning to realize you don't have to. You do have support. You are being supported. Even if you feel like there hasn't been a lot of progress being made yet, you are still making progress, whether you see it yet or not, okay? You're essentially beginning to realize that you do have support, okay? You're learning how to move forward with things despite the heavy feelings that you are currently dealing with and that you were dealing with in the past. You're learning. You're in the process of learning and growing, okay? And you're realizing that you do have support of others. And, you're essentially... The main energy from this Five of Coins the main energy from this Five of Coins here is essentially, ignoring what's right in front of you, which is that support system that you do have. And you're beginning to realize, again, that you do have support, that you do have people that are there for you. And beginning to rely on them, okay? You're allowing them to help you, allowing them to work with you, and not turning their assistance away. And again, whether or not you see that progress yet, you do deserve to be celebrating that, okay? Celebrate that progress that you have made. Celebrate the growth that you've experienced, okay? And also, again, take time to have fun. Which is also something that you have been learning to do lately, because you've also just kind of been... You've kind of been forced into it too, perhaps without realizing it as well. You were also kind of tricked. And you're also beginning to realize that, like, taking this time for yourself and taking the time to relax and have fun is actually useful and helpful. It's almost like they've been telling you that for a long time for a reason. I wonder why they've been saying that so much. Huh. It's almost like taking the time for yourself and actually having fun. And doing things just for the fuck of it. Is, you know, actually part of the key to moving forward here. Because it's time for you to recharge. I don't know who it is, but I can tell that someone's smirking. It may be Mr. Sass, but there may be some others in there. He's not the only little shit present here, okay? Don't forget about the others. Okay. And let's see what the Empyrean wants to add to this. Wait. Okay. Okay, we have two here for you. We have Discovery. And one that's definitely going to be a bit of a call out here. Dark Star. They're about to be lovingly roasty. The queue's open if you want to join. Okay. Discovery. We will always want to make sense of things, to package them up nicely, assign them a purpose, and find reason. Discovery asks you not to. When we are uncovering, we do not need to find a label. We don't need to categorize or ascribe meaning. We do not need to react or project into the future. We just need to stay open, to stay in the moment of discovery. When we attempt to define what's coming up, we are putting up blocks and seeing the whole picture. We want to keep our arms wide, hungry for the discovery, to bear witness and let it land within us however it chooses to. We may not see or feel the seeds being planted, but trust that they are. It goes very, very in line with what I said about, like, the progress. Even if you don't see the progress, you're still making progress. So trust that the things that you're working towards, you're beginning to set things up for that, whether you see it yet or not. Okay. You're laying the foundation. Things are going to work out. It takes time. Growth takes time. Okay, let's see. What page is Dark Star on? 30. Okay. Dark Star. When there's something burning within you, open your mouth. This world begs us to push things down, to pretend the injustices don't exist, to not ask for more. Authority wants us to feel small and capable, to let ourselves wear down and fade away. We spend a lifetime tucking away our power, handcuffing ourselves to keep the peace. But energy is neither created nor destroyed. Each time we have bent to the will of something seemingly larger than ourselves, we have not given our power away. Because that power lays in wait. It starts lining your spirit, continuing to grow, waiting for the day you will discover it. It is the rage, the excitement, the fury, the how dare you. It is a hurricane, and if they let you have it, they would have to call you by your name, the storm that dared to be. But what is more holy than reclaiming this storm, of letting the thunder inside you crack through the sky? You may have to sever the telephone lines and rip up the foundation, but there's a world of color waiting to be seen. The next time it rains, call it by your name. Don't let that past sense of powerlessness get to you, okay? It's also another energy that would be present there with the Five of Swords upright. I'm pretty sure there was an actual hurricane that was named after you, which is funny. That shares your name, rather. Okay. And let's see. What the Eventide Affirmations Oracle wants to deck wants to add. Oh, here's another fucking extra call out for you. Yeah, they're being lovingly roasting today for you, I guess. I am worthy of having my needs honored. You were worth taking care of. Okay. Hope that message helps. Yeah, Oof is right. They're definitely being a little lovingly roasty. Looks like we have an ad break. Okay, let me take a drink here. Okay. That should be over. Okay. You're up next. Also, may I ask what you would like to be called? Would you just like to be called Kai? Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Let's see. What message does Kai need to hear today? Let's see. Okay. Right at first. Right at first. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. We have here the Three of Wands, the Ten of Wands, and Strength reversed. So this kind of tells me, essentially what I'm getting out of this is, I get the feeling there's something that you've been working towards. Something that you've been working towards that, perhaps you may have been working at for a bit and you're not seeing any progress or, any rewards from it quite yet. And so you're kind of starting to want to give up because you're struggling to stay motivated. Struggling to stay motivated to actually continue working on this. And this is leading you to essentially feeling very burned out, potentially. You're overwhelmed. And, if you have anyone, essentially, the Ten of Wands here, it's overburdening. It's about overburdening yourself and overwhelming yourself. And that usually comes from, with this Ten of Wands card anyway, that usually comes from trying to do things alone. Remember that it's okay to accept help, and it's okay to ask for help if you need it, okay? And that doesn't make you weak. If you need help and you have people who are able and willing to support you, don't be afraid to let them help you, okay? Whatever this is that you're struggling with, whatever this is that you're dealing with, okay? It's okay to accept help. It's okay to ask someone to help you bear this burden, and people who care about you will want to do that for you. And that's what friendship is about. The people that are very close to you. It's about being there for each other when you need it, essentially. So good friends are like anyway. Sometimes that give and take relationship isn't really in that, in a great state of balance. Okay. And let's see what the Empyrean wants to add here. We have mystery. Interesting card. Okay. Let's see. Page 90. Hi, I'm sorry you're dealing with that, but please be mindful of what you share here. Okay. Mystery. Do not try to strain your eyes. Let the picture come into focus in its own time. It's a practice, coaxing our eagerness to sleep and letting ourselves just enjoy the unfolding. But imagine you were the first person to see the northern lights, standing in the dark cold with otherworldly colors dancing around you. You likely wouldn't jump to trying to figure out what they were. You would sit in awe. Let yourself be that in awe of your own life. Let yourself lose language and logic and conclusions and see it all with your eyes wide. Yeah. It's also kind of disrespectful for you to just come in here and also just kind of share some really heavy shit out of nowhere. Okay? You're not the only person here. That can also kind of be a bit heavy for other people to deal with. And that might make them uncomfortable. Be curious, let yourself take wrong turns, hit dead ends, double back a couple times. Embrace the mystery. You will never have it all figured out. Relish in that. Okay. So, essentially, if you find yourself not making much progress towards things, and you feel like you're just repeating the same things over and over again, and that's the reason why you're feeling very overwhelmed and burnt out, try not to be so hard on yourself, okay? And let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck once had. Okay. I am more powerful than I imagine. So, the way that I interpret that is that you're stronger than you think you are, okay? You're stronger than you think you are. So even if you do feel like giving up currently on whatever it is that you're working towards, whatever it is that you're trying to make progress with, just try to keep holding on, okay? Try to keep holding on. I hope that message helps. Thank you. I was wondering where you went there, Adam. I really do hope that message helps. Okay. Okay? And I know how hard it is to keep holding on. I know how hard it is to keep holding on, okay? Just to the best of your abilities, keep pushing through that, okay? Also, hello, Bree. And hello, Kels. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry, Bree. I hope things get better. Okay. Just give me one sec here, Bree. Ugh. Ugh. I'm also really going to need to get some food here after stream. I just realized it's been a while. It's been a while since I've eaten. And I've kind of been sipping on like a drink for a bit. Because alcohol doesn't really have much of an effect on me. So I'm not too worried about it interfering with things. So I don't do it often. And I certainly don't do it often when I'm streaming. For that reason. But like I said, alcohol doesn't really affect me much. But I just realized I haven't eaten anything in a while. It's been close to about 12 hours, actually. So that's probably going to hit me a little more than it usually would. So I should probably be careful. Because I don't want to start kind of... Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Unfortunately, like, the only thing I have to snack on right now that's, like, nearby is, like, a bag of pretzel sticks. But that's too crunchy, and I don't want to be munching on that while I'm trying to give readings, because it might be a little bit distracting. And I know I personally, with super crunchy foods, yeah. I certainly wouldn't want to be, like, watching a stream where someone's just kind of eating, like, noisy foods, because that can kind of be a bit just, like, not uncomfortable, but yeah. Otherwise, I would grab a snack, but the closest thing I have right now is pretzel sticks. And I don't want to be, like, noisy and distracting. So, I'll be fine. Like I said, alcohol doesn't really affect me too much. I have a ridiculously high tolerance. So. No pretzel stick crunch time. But yeah, no. No. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Anyway. But yeah. I only opened it just because I've kind of, it's been a while. I don't drink very often, just because, you know, like, personal choice. And, it's been a while. And I still have, like, some cans of, like, I forget what they called them. They're essentially, like, mixed drinks, essentially. But yeah. I decided to pop one open because I've just kind of been prioritizing, just relaxing a lot lately. as I said earlier, I've kind of been, in my own words, uh, I've been potatoing a lot lately. Um, Essentially just sitting back and relaxing and, just watching a bunch of things. Anything can be a verb. Yes, exactly. And the funny thing is, I was kind of tricked into taking care of myself by Mr. Sass. Because I've been, feeling the urge to go watch, like, a bunch of, like, horror, like, films lately. Because I've just been in, like, a horror mood. And I love horror movies. I love all horror media, really. Like, I've read a lot of horror books. I love horror manga, particularly anything by Junji Ito. And there's one series in particular called PTSD Radio that's really, really good. It's really creepy, very unsettling, and just really odd, and I love it. And so I've been feeling like I've been in a horror mood lately, so I've kind of been like feeling the urge to go like watch horror movies and shit for a while. I finally started doing that last Wednesday night. And essentially, as I've said before, I kind of, Mr. Sass is pretty much always here, and we spend, like, a lot of time together. I spend time, like, doing various things. Whether that's, like, playing games or, like, watching things together, essentially. While he just kind of chills and enjoys himself, essentially. And that's essentially like one of the ways that we've kind of like connected, and one of the ways it's allowed for like a deeper connection, essentially, because he pretty much spends like all of his time here. So yeah. So essentially for like the past weekish, I've just kind of been like doing absolutely nothing productive. And I've just been, in any free time that I have, pretty much just been like chilling, relaxing, and just watching things. Because I didn't really have much energy to do much else. And it was when I was kind of like venting a bit to Adam here that I realized that little shit fucking tricked me into taking care of myself. Because right as I was like beginning to vent about it, I realized, like, right as I send that message, kind of, you know, like venting a bit about like feeling like I'm not doing too much like productive, like doing anything productive, and that I should be actually doing things. It was after I sent that message that I was like, wait a minute. Because I've been like pushing myself pretty hard lately. Not to an extreme. Like, I don't do that. There's just essentially been a lot of go energy that I'd been feeling for like most of this month. And I've been doing a lot. And like making progress towards a lot of things. And setting up a lot of things, and just like putting a lot of like time and energy into things. And granted, I was still like doing things that I enjoyed. But I still wasn't giving myself enough time to just kind of like chill and relax. Just like chill in bed, like lying down, and just getting comfortable and doing like nothing. So, and doing things just because, doing things alone. Because while I was essentially, like, while my sleep schedule was pretty fucked, there was a lot of time that I was just spent alone that, I wasn't really playing much of anything, and that just kind of led to me just kind of... That led to me just kind of, like... I just lost my train of thought. Oh, that led to me having like a lot of like downtime where I wasn't really... I was alone. Oh, okay. I shall wait. Okay. But yeah, that essentially led to me like spending a lot of time like alone without like really having much to do, because I didn't always have the energy to like actually sit up and go play things. And and that just led to like some not, you know, like some pretty low moments. And I wasn't really sure what to do at that time when I wasn't actually doing anything. And I started to feel the urge to watch things, but I wasn't sure like what to do with it. Because like I said, I felt that urge to like actually go watch like some horror stuff, but I didn't really yeah. It wasn't until essentially Mr. Sass kind of mentioned something about that that I was just like, oh, horror stuff. Do you actually want to go like watch things together? And yeah, like I said, as I was venting to that about Adam, I realized that little shit just fucking tricked me into actually taking care of myself. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? So, yeah, that's essentially what I've been doing for a while. And I've been essentially prioritizing, like, taking that time for myself and actually just kind of doing things. Because I want to do them, not because, like, again, it was more so about, like, feeling like there had to be a reason for doing something. And in kind of suggesting that himself, he kind of offered an out for that. It's pretty much just like, hey, do you want to watch things together? It's just like, yeah, okay. So essentially, it gave me a reason to do so. And it was like, a few days ago that I realized, I just got tricked. Well, fucking shit. Yeah, he has trickster energy. More than anything, he has trickster energy. And not in like tricksters, like they have like they get a bad rap essentially. Because a lot of people kind of assume that trickster energy kind of means malicious. And that it's essentially being done just for like the enjoyment of it. But a trickster doesn't necessarily mean they're doing it just because, you know, doing it out of malice. Yes, he enjoys fucking with people. Not in a harmful way. Just kind of in a trolly way. And not the asshole kind of troll either. He pulls harmless pranks on, you know, on, like, the others here, essentially. Those that he's kind of, like, well acquainted with. And, Mr. Sunny Boy have a very, unique relationship. He's mostly the one that gets fucked with. Yes. Mr. Sunny Boy. And like, they fuck with each other so much, it's not one-sided. They fuck with each other like all the fucking time. Like I said, like a few weeks ago, perhaps, I once heard, I just kinda heard, like, I knew immediately who it was directed towards too, because I just heard randomly one day, just someone scream, "You little shit!" followed by laughter. And I immediately knew, just like, oh boy, what did he do now? But yes. He just likes making people laugh. He likes making people laugh. Is really what it is. So he's a goofball. He's a goofball. And yes, he's also sometimes very, very much a tricky, sneaky little shit. Yes. But he's great though. I adore him. He's great. And yes, he certainly does make me laugh a lot. Actually, Adam, do you mind if I tell that one story? With the, random, visual that you got that one day? Do you mind if I share that story? Uh-oh. I may have had to step away again. But anyway. Let me go ahead and start getting into your reading anyway. I can continue telling that story here later, so. What message does Bree need to hear today? But, the story involved a bowl of lettuce. Okay? It involved a bowl of lettuce. This was before... Thank you. This was before, like, he'd actually made his appearance, and before he'd made himself known. So, yeah. It was shortly after, like, those events had started occurring, because those things started popping up sometime around, like, April of last year. Like the solar eclipse that occurred, it didn't occur here, but there was still a solar eclipse that happened, last year in April. I want to say it was April 19th. It was after that I started noticing some changes. And when I started noticing, I had actually begun sensing things. And it wasn't until about, like, a month later, at the end of May, that I started piecing together those connections, and guides started making themselves known. But in between that time period, there were really weird events that happened. And if you're curious, I can kind of tell some of the stories about those events if you're curious, and if you want me to actually talk about them. Some of them funny, some of them just very strange. Aw. Thank you, Adam. I'm guessing that's for both Bree and Kels? Yeah, okay. Thank you for redeeming those. I was actually going to use the Thera-pets deck tonight, but for some reason, the Eventide Affirmations deck called to me more. I changed it, like, literally, like, last second. But anyway. A predator first. Predator reversed. First. A predator reversed. Yep, a predator reversed. Stop going sideways. A predator reversed. Reversed. Okay. 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 But anyway, I'll get to that a bit later. But yeah, sharing those experiences kind of... I've been getting a lot of messaging lately, like, about sharing my story, and, essentially that kind of... sharing those details, kind of helping people, like, figure out their own, essentially. Helping make sense of, like, their own. Like, I get that. I know I could probably help people, give people insight into, like, things. But yeah, there's some of it that I still can't talk about. due to, like, just the nature of a few things. There's some things that I won't talk about, just because, they're very sensitive situations. A few of them deal with other people, and, I don't want to be, like, talking about things, talking about people. Yeah. So, there are certain events that I can talk about, but most of it I can. And there's just certain elements of things that I can't talk about. Just because they're in connection to others, and, yeah. So just for, you know, like, I guess kind of like privacy concerns. There are a few things that I can't really talk about, but most of it I can. Most of it, aside from like a few details that do involve like a couple other people, aren't important to the story. Anyway, but yeah. So we have the King of Wands, the Six of Swords, Ten of Wands, King of Coins reversed, and the High Priestess. So, the King of Wands here is about, essentially, that fiery, passionate energy, essentially. And going after what it is that you want. And there's also, with the King of Wands, obviously, like, a sense of leadership involved here. So, I feel this is in regards to, exactly, in pursuing, like, the things that you want, stepping into that role here, okay? And you might be feeling like you're not making much progress here. You might be feeling like there isn't much to find here. I get, particularly with, like, the King of Coins reversed. Like, there aren't rewards, there isn't something to gain here. There's no point to this. Essentially that you won't be successful with this. But, yeah. And essentially the vibe that I'm getting here is, essentially, don't let these experiences, these past experiences, influence how you move forward, okay? It's time to move on from those things and leave them in the past. Distance yourself from those events of the past. Don't let them have, essentially, don't let them have too much of a hold over you, okay? You're working towards, like, changing things, okay? There's also an energy of rebirth here with this King of Wands in particular, because, again, it's a phoenix. It's a phoenix. So, essentially, you're growing here. Do you? That's cool. Do they have a name, if you don't mind me asking? And if you don't mind sharing. Ooh, that's cool. A fitting name. But yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Dad jokes. But yeah, so continue moving on from these past experiences here, okay? Don't let them influence how you move forward, okay? Just because you experienced things in one way in the past doesn't mean that things will always be that way, okay? Things can change here. You're learning, you're growing, and with that, there are going to be... Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, with that comes a lot of change. And things might feel a bit uncertain now, okay? But again, don't let this have too much of a hold over you, okay? Don't let this continue overwhelming you. Don't continue carrying this burden when you don't have to, okay? And along with that, remember that it is okay to ask for help if you need it. It's not something that you have to do alone. This may be something that you actually want to inquire with Spirit about and ask for their help lifting this, okay? They're always there. They're always helping you. Whether you see it or not, whether you know it or not, but sometimes asking for help directly with them can kind of help. Yeah. That's mostly for like the emotional side of things. They can help. But no matter what, remember to go with what you feel is best. But if you need extra guidance here, don't forget to reach out to Spirit if you need to and if you want to. Okay? They might not always have answers for you, but they will still offer support and assistance in the ways that they can. So, and yeah, in the physical realm as well. Ask for help if you need to. Rely on those close to you for emotional support. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what the Empyrean wants to add. Okay. We have 2 cards here for you. We have Amplify. Nope. Get up there. Okay. And I believe you got this the last time we used the Empyrean. Portal. Amplify. 6. Okay. Amplify. Also, welcome back, Adam, if I didn't say that yet. I'm sorry. Amplify. How grand can it be? Most of us know how to follow the slippery slope from a minor concern to a full-blown panic attack. But what about turning the smolder of magic into a blaze? Being born human is to sign off on being limited. Our brains are programmed to fear the unknown. It's why our feet tingle when we're high up. We will shy away from whatever is too much. Being bound by this animalia, we may also seek the cradle when our lungs need the air only found at the peaks. Like a pendulum swinging, sometimes we can only truly grasp something when we have climbed as far as we absolutely can, or until we have scorched the remaining earth around us. Both are magic, and to know when you must go to the ends of a thing is a gift. To amplify is not fearing the avalanche. It's letting yourself get swept up in it, knowing that choosing not to stop the hemorrhage is building a bridge to where you need to be. At the heart of amplification magic is a white flag flying in the face of safety. It's removing the blockades to the cliff, letting go of the parachute. Safety can stifle. The nest is only as useful as your wings. What parts of your life need to be cracked open? Okay. So, essentially, things may be kind of intense currently, and they might not make any sense. But continue doing your best to exist in this, okay? And then we have Portal. Your mind is a landscape that you get to travel. And when you pay attention, you quickly become aware of the things that make it feel like dredging along in rugged terrain, as opposed to walking through a meadow. We have all experienced the moments where we hear a song or smell a particular scent, and we are transported to another time and place. In other words, we enter a portal. When we can learn to create these portals for ourselves, life becomes more enchanting. Often the problem is simply our willingness to take the first step. Everyday portals can be choices, feelings, conversations, music, or quite literally anything you decide. For someone who is wanting to be healthier, cooking themselves dinner is a portal to a new way of being. It is not simply the action, but the feelings that come along with it that can open up an entirely new experience. The portal asks you to open your eyes.
View each moment as a portal to the next. Where can you go? Which one do you want to step through? Where channels are often more thought and feeling oriented, portals also include action. Do not buy into any of the doubts you may be feeling. These old patterns are attempting to prevent you from growing. It's time to step boldly in the direction you want to go in. And I believe those last two lines there are the most important of this card. And I believe this definitely goes in line with, like, the energy that we got, like, last time. About, like, sometimes... Oh, yeah, there's the ads. Finally, the message just popped up. Yeah. Okay, welcome back. But as I was about to say, this definitely came up like last week. About how sometimes when we encounter, like, the further we progress, the deeper we dig into things, the more we begin uncovering, the more those old patterns, more of those old patterns begin bubbling to the surface, those old feelings, those old memories, those old ways of being, just all those old patterns, more of them begin to bubble up to the surface. And sometimes that makes us feel like we're going in the wrong direction. But no, that means you're uncovering more of it. You're going in the right direction. You're supposed to be bringing those things to the surface so you can actually deal with them, so you can actually learn how to change that direction, essentially. So that you know what you need to be focusing on, actually breaking out of, what you need to be redirecting your thoughts from, essentially. That doesn't mean you're going in the wrong direction. That doesn't mean you're going backwards. And that just means you're beginning to experience more of those old ways of being so that you know what you need to be dealing with. That means you're going in the right direction. The more you uncover, the happier it can feel. Yes. But that doesn't mean that you're going backwards. But it can definitely feel that way when we're in those moments. Which is why that message of just holding out, holding on, learning, doing our best to exist in those moments is important here. Okay. So, let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to have. Okay, we got 2 cards here. What are they? Okay. I am open to loving myself unconditionally. Yep. Okay. And I choose to align with joy. Which you may interpret to mean to choose to be happy. And that happiness is a choice, or joy is a choice. However, the way that I interpret this is essentially, again, that's kind of the point of like these old things bubbling up. You're trying to learn how to actually redirect those thoughts and essentially realign yourself to be more in line with happiness. Okay? It's being mindful about those decisions, about trying to combat, redirect those negative thoughts and redirect them to something that's more positive, more joy-oriented. Hello. Also, feel free to use the bot some more. It's okay. If you want to use it a few more times to get some affirmations, that's what it's there for. If you feel you need more than one, go for it. It's okay. How fitting that you get that one, Adam. There are 33 total. I just realized I've actually never posted them all. I guess if you want me to actually post a list of them all on the Discord somewhere, if you're curious about what they actually all say, I can do that at some point. I mean, I can show you what they all are. I can post them all to the Discord too, if people want me to. Just so people actually know what the affirmations are. But yeah, so to me, this card, I choose to align with joy, isn't really, you know, some may interpret that to mean, you know, like being similar to, you know, that whole like bullshit that's kind of spewed by people who don't really have like that great of an understanding of how mental illness works, to people that actually have some form of mental illness, particularly like depression and anxiety and such. You know, that whole, you know, like bullshit of, you know, like it's all in your head, it's all in your mind, just be happy, just don't be sad, you know, that sort of bullshit. Some might interpret this card to kind of be similar to that, but no. It's more so kind of going more in line with that whole concept of mindfulness, because that's kind of the goal of mindfulness. It's consciously, essentially, it's about being present in, you know, like being in the present moment, but also about kind of combating those, you know, like negative mindsets, negative feelings that might occasionally like come up, and doing our best to kind of redirect them to something something more positive, essentially. So that's essentially what I take that card to mean. And that very much goes in line with the message here, particularly of the two Empyrean cards. So. But yeah. So I hope that message helps. Oh, wait. Hold on. I almost forgot. Adam redeemed a Thera-pets card for you both. Let me pull that out really quick. Okay. See what the Thera-pets deck wants to add here. Well. Okay. We have an adorable selection here. We had 3 pop out. I feel like this one comes out a lot. For us, like all of us, they really like this card. This card comes out so much. Everything is scary and you feel vulnerable, but that doesn't mean anything is going to go wrong. Anxious feelings aren't usually indicative of reality. It very much is. It's just like, hey, I know you're anxious, but like, it's just anxiety. It doesn't mean that these things are actually going to happen, so just try your best not to listen to those anxious feelings. We do. And then going in line with this too, sometimes it feels like the horrible feeling will never end. It's important to hold on and wait it out, because it never lasts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why I said it's very much going in line with this. And for a little added extra cuteness, we have this little guy. You are going to get through this just fine. Yeah. 2 adorable cats and an axolotl. I love these guys. They're so cute. They're so cute. Okay, so I hope that message helps. Good. Also, before I forget, let me issue a last call for Q here. I've not been paying attention to the time at all. I'll leave it open for a few more minutes here.
But I should probably close it here soon. Good, I'm glad. Wah! I went to grab the deck, the Eventide Affirmations deck. I'm just gonna like put these out there because I don't know, I feel like there may have been a reason for that. The deck slipped out of my hands, but 2 cards each from the top and bottom stayed in my hand. But all the cards in between them slipped out. So I'm just gonna kind of read these off for everyone here in a second. I'll take that as like a collective message here. Because someone wanted to share something and someone may need to hear something here. So, I'm gonna take these as collective cards. Message for, collective here. So, if anyone, aligns with that, if anyone resonates with the messages shared here, just take it, okay? So, we have 4 cards here. I can trust that this is an abundant universe. Really? Oh shit. Yeah, that was probably definitely a message from Spirit then. What if things go better than I expect? I'm very much going in line. These 2 are also going in line. I think we got 2 separate messages here. These 2 came from the top, okay? These next 2 came from the bottom. I can create and maintain boundaries without losing love. And I can choose love and compassion even when it is hard. They both came, like, both of those cards, these 2 came from the top, these 2 came from the bottom. Why do they go so well together? Why do they go so well together? Why do they go so well together? So, anyone who needs to hear that message, any part of that message, I hope it helps. Yeah. They might be. She's like, here, have some more guidance. I mean, you kinda already know that I kind of, well, I don't know if I've actually kind of explained that. So, I'm sure you could probably already guess, but just to actually state that, there is a reason that I actually do know why, how, how best it looks. So, if you couldn't guess already, yes, she's present here. A few of them are actually, so. I haven't connected with some of the others as much. And by I mean she's present here, I mean she's kind of also one of mine. A few of them are. I don't know why. But yeah. Um, she's one that I've kind of haven't made like a strong connection to, but I do have a connection to her. Artemis is also one as well, and funnily enough, so is Hecate. So. Yeah. To my knowledge, Selene is not one that I have a connection to, but I can't say that for certain. But yes. I do have a bit of knowledge about them and a bit of insight to what they're actually kind of like. So, that's kind of how I identified Basta for you guys. If you were curious. But yes. Anyway. I can get into that more at some point too if you guys are ever curious. I do have a familiarity with a few. So. Some I'm more familiar with than others. Some I have a stronger connection to than others. But yes. I'm not quite sure the purpose of why there are so many of them present, but I'll figure that out eventually. But yeah. Anyway. Well, see, here's the thing. Most of them are permanent. For me. I don't know why. I don't know why. And I have a feeling that some of them are permanent for you guys too. I'm not sure what that means. But and I for sure know that Basta is permanent for you guys. That much I do know. So yeah. But yeah. And that's part of some of the stuff that I'm still trying to figure out. Yeah, I get that feeling too, but like I don't want to like speak to things that aren't really like really any of my business. So and I don't want to feel like I'm again like just kind of ever like shoving like my beliefs on anyone. because, like, that's not what I'm here to do. But, yeah. Just to put it simply, there's a lot of weird shit that's been happening over the past year. A lot of it I still haven't been able to really make sense of. Some of it seems really fucking insane, but I'm not really doing my best not to really focus on. I'm doing my best not to focus on, like, some of the shit that's just kind of, like, a bit overwhelming. I'm just kind of trying to just take things one step at a time, one day at a time. So, yeah. But, there, put it simply, there's been a lot of weird shit that's been happening over, like, the past year. I've been given a lot of answers to a lot of questions, but those answers have left me with even more questions. A lot of it seems really... So... just in general, especially given, like, the sheer number of them, and the nature of them, I've kind of struggled a lot with actually believing in the things that I've actually been experiencing. Because a lot of it just seems a little too out there. A lot of it seems a little too good to be true. But they constantly reassure me that, like, no, you're actually experiencing these things. This is actually real. We exist. We're not going anywhere. And yeah. I constantly find myself asking the question, why? Why me? Like, why choose me? Why are you here? What do you want with me? What can I possibly give you? And apparently a lot, because I've helped them in a lot of ways. One of them in particular, and that would be Mr. Sass. And there's a whole story associated with him and how he made his entrance and how I first experienced him. And that's one of the things that I'm unfortunately not going to get into. Because, the early things with him are kind of, they're a bit much. In general, a lot of the things with him are a bit much. There are a lot of things that I'm not really gonna talk about, because... yeah. Don't you fucking laugh at me, you little shit. But yeah. So, yeah. A lot of that is also something that I'm not certain that I'm willing to publicly share, but, it's something that I'd be willing to give insight to, privately. if you're ever interested in some of it. Because if what I've experienced can help give you two any insight, any potential insight into your own experiences, I would be happy to share that with you. So it's just probably best that I don't like share things, like everything, and some of the like weirder shit publicly yet. And it looks like there's an ad break, so I'll pause for a second here. Oh, so hello, Ram. Yeah. Also, thank you, Adam. I was actually about to go do that myself. But yeah, while they're in ad break, Adam, let me ask you, is it okay if I like share the one, because I was telling like a story about like Mr. Sass earlier. Is it okay if I, you know, like how he likes just making people laugh? Is it okay if I share the story about the bowl of lettuce? Oh, here. Let me open it temporarily. I know you've been here. Go ahead. Hey, Phantom Punk. But yeah, you can go ahead and join. I can open it again for like a couple people. It's fine. I know you were present for a while anyway, so it's okay. Plus, like, I'm fine. Oh, I closed it. It's okay. I opened it and closed it myself after they joined. You're good, but thank you. But yeah, so, some of it, as I was saying, like, some of it just because I'm still trying to actually, like, sort through some of it myself and actually make sense of some of the things. And just because some of it is just, like, yeah, there are some things that I'm not going to share publicly, that I'm not quite ready to share publicly yet, but, like, there are some things, like, there are some things that, like, I will share, but, if you, Bree, and Kels would ever like me to share some of the other experiences privately, I would be happy to do so, because if it can help you make sense of your own experiences and help you validate some of that, I would be more than happy to do that for you. Because I know, shit's really weird sometimes. Shit's really weird sometimes. And it can seem like a bit much sometimes. And that can kind of lead to you feeling like, you're imagining things, and yeah. Yeah. like, whenever you want to know, just let me know. Like, that's something that I've been getting, again, like, a lot of messages about recently, is about, like, sharing my story and sharing my experiences, because, it's important, and it can help people make sense of their own, and kind of help validate their own. There's a lot that I'm not, there's a lot that I'm not comfortable with yet, like, publicly, but, like, I know in particular that it's kind of, specifically, I got that message again today, and immediately what came to mind was you two. Which is why I'm saying this, by the way. So, whenever you want to message me and have me, like, share some of that, feel free to ask. But, like, there are a few stories that I can tell here, about Mr. Sass here. And just, like, a few stories here about, like, early experiences before, like, they ever made, like, their presence known. One of them in particular involves Mr. Sass. The other one involves two others. But they kind of involve him. There are messages about him, essentially. One of them in particular was a direct message about him, and I still find it very funny. But I'll explain that when I get to it. But I'll talk about that a little bit here towards, like, the end of the stream. But yeah. Okay, anyway. Kels, let me get to your reading now. Are you ready? Okay. What message does Kels need to hear today? Man. Nope. Wah. Excuse me. That card literally just kind of, like, flipped itself in and back out, or out and back in. Okay. Let's see. Right. Upright or reversed. Reversed. Upright or reversed. Okay, upright. Upright. Upright or reversed. Okay. Okay, so we have the Fool, Temperance. These are all major arcana, I just noticed that. And the World. Okay, so a new journey is beginning here, okay? Though I get the sense you're waiting for this new journey to begin, which is why you're kind of asked to be patient here. You're waiting for this new journey to begin here, okay? Beginning to explore some new path here, some new ideas, and beginning to take the first steps towards something. However, you're also being asked to be patient with this process. Yes, there is
a completion of a cycle here coming. Yes. An old cycle here coming. And along with this, as this chapter of your life closes, you're also being asked to let what needs to fall away, okay? Don't hold on to these old patterns, these old ways of being, these old cycles. This old energy for longer than you need to, okay? Continue letting the things that need to fall away, so that this chapter of your life can come to a close here. But yes, there's a fresh new start here with the Fool card. Okay? And it may be difficult currently, but just be patient. Okay? That includes being patient with yourself. Okay? Take the time you need to process things. No matter how long that ends up being, okay? No one gets to tell you how you should be experiencing things, okay? How you should be experiencing any form of grief. Okay? Grief doesn't have a timeline. A solid timeline. No. I'm sorry. If you want to talk about it, like, I'm happy to listen to whatever happened. If you want to. You don't have to, of course. But just remember, it's not like grief, processing grief, and healing and growth. They don't have a set timeline. Okay? They don't have a set timeline. It's not going to be the same for everyone. It's subjective. It's going to be different for everyone. So take the time that you need to process things, to get over things, to work through things, okay? However much time that ends up being. And yeah, that's fine. You can talk to me about it, in Discord messages if you want to, though. That goes for both of you. Plus, if you guys want me to actually share some of the experiences that I've had and potentially offer like any insight that I have with both of you, it's probably best if we have a group chat on Discord anyway, so I can just kind of talk to you both at the same time. So, but yeah, we'll worry about that whenever you're ready to. So. Also, oh shoot, do you need to be friends with someone to do that? You can send me friend requests on Discord. I'm completely fine with that. I know you guys, so it's fine. That just reminds me, by the way. Hold on. There's something that I've been meaning to do. That I've been forgetting to do. I thought about it last stream, and I didn't do it. 1 second. 1 second. Where... There you go. Let me take a drink here. I've been yapping a lot and my throat is starting to feel very dry. You're welcome. I've been, it's been on my mind for a bit. And, I thought about it last stream. But, I forgot just as quickly. I'm horrible about doing that. I'll think about something and exactly. That's like one of the reasons that I need to get tested, because there are so many things that kind of point me in that direction. So, I need to get tested. I need to get tested. So, yeah. It's in and out just as quickly sometimes. So it's just like, yeah, why do this? Why am I like this? But yeah, yeah. So, just, this is a significant period in your life currently, as evidenced by 3 major arcana cards. Okay? Things are going to be quite intense. Things are probably going to feel very heavy, in this moment, during this period. And it's important to take the time, take time for yourself. That's part of what being patient with yourself means here. Hence the Temperance card, okay? It's going to take time. Processing these things, processing really heavy things always takes time, okay? Oh no, you're fine. Perfectly on topic, honestly. It's right here, so you're good. Don't worry about being off topic here, okay? I'm good. I understand. Mine just goes like various places super fucking quickly. I'm not going to condemn you for that, okay? Okay. You're free to be yourself here. Within reason, obviously. Meaning that, you know, obviously you still have to be mindful of other people, but you're free to be yourself here. Yeah. Don't worry about being off topic, okay? It's all good here. It's all good. I understand. I understand. You're good. Yeah, so patience with yourself here meaning
Take the time that you need to process things. And take however long you need to do so. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see what the Empyrean one said. Okay, we got a card pretty much immediately. What we got here? Liminal. Okay. Liminal. Okay. Okay. Liminal. The in-between is like trying to catch smoke. We may be seeking, stretching for something to grasp onto, but nothing is solid. The harder we claw, the more bitter we grow. The truth is that nothing will find us until we are ready for it. A baby doesn't attempt to breathe in the womb, so we too must be patient until the time is right. That goes so in line with the Temperance card, which is right below it. And you will feel it. Rather than feeling like you're pushing a boulder up a hill, it will feel easy. The torturous part of the liminal is feeling like nothing is happening. A draught of inspiration. But what if there's an orchestra playing that you can't hear? You may feel like you're stuck in a maze, running into dead end after dead end, but the universe is piecing things together while you find your way out. In these moments, we must drop the rope we're trying to climb out with. Let yourself live in that moment between the in-breath and the out-breath. Most of our lives are spent pushing forward, but it is a truly enchanting experience to relish in the pause. To know we are becoming, but there is no fire to tend to yet. Make space for yourself. Very much fucking going in line with that Temperance card. Jesus. Do everything without purpose. Enjoy the view on the bridge while you're here. So, again, you may not have a sense of direction here quite yet, but that's okay. Right now is time to just be. Okay? Just be. Allow yourself to process things when you can. And it's okay if things feel too overwhelming and you feel like you're not really able to process things currently. That's okay. Just try to be. Okay? Yes. But yes. Just try to exist in these moments, even though it might feel difficult at times. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Process things when you're able to. Don't try to force things here, okay? Don't try to rush things. It's like the key message here. Take time for yourself. Take the time that you need to process things. And don't try to rush into it. It's okay. It's okay. And let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add here. Okay. Okay, and we have 2 cards here. Ooh. Aw. Wait. Aw. Every day I find moments where I can cultivate self-acceptance. And I am worthy of having my needs honored.
Again, very, very much going in line with taking the time for yourself. Take time for yourself. As that card says, you're worthy of having your needs honored. You're worthy of having your needs met. You're worthy of getting what you need, okay? So make sure to allow the time and space for that to happen. Yeah, exactly. Just keep trying. Trying is all we can do. And that's enough. Yes, exactly. And more often than not, that is very much true. There's no reason to be so hard on yourself. Exactly. And you also had a Thera-pets card redeemed for you, so let's see what that wants to see. Or say. Oh, my goodness. Ooh. Okay. Hello. Aww. These are so cute and they're so fucking fitting. It's your weirdness that makes you wonderful, which is very much true. We're all a little weird, okay? In our own ways. Yes, this is. Though if any of this, like if you resonate with any of this, take it, okay? Just because it's for someone else doesn't mean that you can't find something in that message. Okay? But yes, we're all a little weird, okay? And that's okay. That's okay. And... Exactly. Exactly. We are. Hey, you matter. Thanks for existing. That one's very sweet. I always love when that one pops up. Because it usually pops up when we really need to hear that. Here's a friendly reminder that the negative voice in your head is not you, and you are actually completely wonderful. Delightful, even. But... and... going in line with that, message of progress. There's no rule that says you have to have everything figured out right now. Every step forward is progress. Trying your best is all that matters, okay? That's all that matters. That's all that matters. So, I hope that message helps. Glad. Okay. Are you still here, Pixie? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't really do anything involving health. And I usually don't take questions, but I especially don't really do anything involving health. Yeah, and okay. And it should be over. Yeah. Oh goodness. That's not good. Hold on a second. Oh. That's not good. My phone has a low battery. Did I mention I use my phone as a camera? It's plugged in, but... the camera uses more... It doesn't have fast charging when it's connected to my computer. And the camera uses more battery than is replenished. That's really not good. It's got 15% left, and I'm not sure that it's gonna hold out until the end of stream. Uh-oh. I just got a little battery notification. Okay. I don't think it's really gonna make a difference if I plug it into a different port. The only fast charging port that I have is USB-C, but that's unfortunately what my microphone uses. Okay, so I unfortunately may not be able to get through everyone in the queue tonight. I only have one USB-C port on my computer, and that's the port that my microphone is plugged into. I could try to swap them really quick though. because obviously my phone cable is also USB-C, but, well, and that connects to my phone anyway. Yeah, I could probably try to swap them. It's just gonna take me a second. Just give me 1 second here. But very quickly before I do mute myself and pause really quick. I don't do I typically don't take questions in general, but I especially don't deal with questions about health in particular because there are too many factors at play with that. Plus there are there's medical science for that. Yeah. I usually just give general readings, meaning that I ask what you need to hear. And I could still give you one of those if you want to, but otherwise I understand. It's okay if you're looking for an answer to a specific question, I understand that. I can't guarantee that it will be answered. But, I particularly just don't deal with things that have to deal with health in particular, just because that's not something I'm comfortable with. Just because I feel like there are better outlets for that, but I understand why people would want a bit of guidance with that, but okay, but really quick before I get to your reading, let me try to swap these really quick. I will be right back.
Okay. Now, I'm still not sure that that's actually going to charge it fast enough. That is fast charging port, but hopefully it helps it. We'll see. But if I do have to cut stream short, I don't make it through everyone in the queue, you will still have a spot in the queue for whenever you can next make it. So. Okay. So. Are you ready, Pixie? Also, is audio still okay? Okay. What message does Pixie need to hear today? Let's see here. Okay. Okay. So we have Eight of Cups reversed, Temperance, reversed also, sorry. The Wheel of Fortune reversed, and the Star. So there's some situation here. Some situation here that's left you feeling frustrated, disappointed perhaps, and probably left you with a lot of pain. And it's led to you feeling like giving up, but you're being asked to stick with this. You may feel like walking away and giving up on something, but you're being asked to stick with this and to hold on to hope, okay? And things can always change for the better. No, there is no situation that's ever unchangeable. Ever completely hopeless. And in the moment it can be really hard to actually see that, and be really hard to actually sit with that and believe that things can change for the better. And sometimes you just have to trust that it's there, okay? You have to trust that it's there. And have to trust that things will turn around at some point, okay? For now, just keep doing your best to keep holding on, okay? Even if things do seem completely hopeless. Okay? And the star is representing, like, that sense of hope, but also at the same time, too. The star is about healing, okay? There's also healing in the future. Okay? There is a turn of events in the future. Even if you can't see it yet, just keep doing your best to hold on, okay? And let's see what the Empyrean once had. Very fitting. That's really, really fitting, actually. Your Empyrean card here is Endure. Okay, that is on page 38. Okay. Let's see. Endure. Keep going. Like a desert road that stretches on for miles, it may not seem like there's an ending in sight, but trust that there is. To endure is to take the next breath, to willingly turn the other cheek, to resolutely accept. It's not about giving in, it's about getting back up each time, knowing it will happen again. We get stronger each time we stand. We are enduring this battle, knowing that we will win the next one. Like a warrior in training whose body is being put through brutal adversity so that they will be prepared. It's not glamorous, but there is magic in simply getting through, of moving towards the sun but not feeling its heat yet. Our ancestors all had to journey, to traverse the harsh landscapes that sprawled on endlessly, uncertain if their lifelines would be severed too soon. But they still endured. That same strength flows within your veins. Let it rise within you, and when you doubt it, think of them and keep going. So, very much emphasizing that holding on, that message of holding on here, okay? It may be hard and very difficult at times, and yes, we may feel like giving up a lot. Particularly when we're dealing with very difficult situations, okay? But just, again, trust that there is an end here, okay? Trust there is an end here. And trust that things will change, okay? Just keep doing your best to hold on, okay? And I know that's really hard sometimes. Yes, change for the better. Change for the better. you did get the Wheel of Fortune after all. And while it may be in reverse, yes, this is just signifying past events, past frustrations and stuff that you've been dealing with, past experiences that you've been dealing with that have kind of led you to feeling like giving up. It's still the Wheel of Fortune. Things can always turn around. Things can always turn around. Because that wheel is always turning, okay? It's always turning. You have to trust that a turn into better things is coming. That's why you gotta keep holding on, okay? Keep holding on to hope. Okay. And let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add. Yes. Going very in line with that. Your card here is Every Day I Welcome Transformation. Okay? So. Going in line with that message of holding on to hope, but also transformation. There is transformation. You may not see it yet, it may not be there yet. Trust that there is an ending in sight, okay? I hope that message helped. And I am sorry that you're struggling with things, and I really, really do hope that things start changing for you soon. Okay? It seems like it will be. It seems like it will be. And I know how scary it can be to deal with health problems and the uncertainty that that can bring. But, just trust that there are better changes ahead, okay? Okay. Also, hello, Varath. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Let me see. Okay, good. It is charging. Given the presence of the star, I do believe that that does have to do with your health. But thank you, Ram. But but I do get the feeling, again, given that the presence of the star, that it does have something to do with that, with health, but
That doesn't mean that it can't have any, like, weight on the romantic side of things either, but I do get the sense that it is mostly about health. Okay, are you ready, Ram? Let me take another drink here. Really quick. Oh. What message does Ram need to hear today? Okay, yeah, that's completely fine. Honestly, that's kind of what I recommend doing if someone does have a specific question, to just kind of keep that at the forefront of their thoughts there. And in a lot of cases, those questions can be answered, even if, like, I don't take them. More often than not, if you do, like, have a question, and the cards end up answering that anyway, even though I don't, like, take questions. So, I always recommend people do that. Like, if they do have a specific question in mind, just kind of keep that at the forefront of your thoughts and see if you get an answer towards that. Very frequently, it does end up getting answered. Okay. What message does Ram need to hear today? Okay. We have here the Queen of Cups, the Six of Swords, and the Sun. So, this definitely has... Oh, hold on. It looks like there's an ad break. I'll wait a second, just in case you're in ads.
Yeah, yeah. So I get a sense here that there's like some emotions and things that are kind of coming to the surface here. And making themselves known. Essentially. Welcome back. Sorry. As I was just saying, I just started. I get a sense that there are like some emotions beginning to come to the surface here. And for some reason, one of the things that kind of came up for me, particularly when I looked at like the Queen of Cups and the Six of Swords, I get the sense that they kind of connect in a way, and I get the sense this is kind of dealing with some past emotional like situation, and perhaps vulnerability is a word that keeps coming up for me, and I'm not sure why. I get the sense that this kind of dealt with like some past situation dealing with vulnerability and feeling like perhaps where you kind of had to feel like emotionally closed off. And there's some emotions that are kind of bubbling up to the surface currently. Again, not in a bad way though. I don't get in a bad way. This is definitely very, very positive. But rather that like you're beginning to open up again here, because I think the reason why that's coming up is because typically the queen here is kind of, the Queen of Cups here is usually shown covering the top of her cup and kind of keeping things to herself. And for me, that's usually speaks to like emotional vulnerability and stuff. And sometimes we do that to kind of protect ourselves. We kind of like close ourselves off. Because we're afraid to be like vulnerable or take a chance on something sometimes. And you're beginning to realize, exactly. You're beginning to, I was about to say that, that's exactly what the Six of Swords is about. Some past situation that kind of led you to feeling like you had to close yourself off. For some reason. But you're beginning to realize that that's not the case, and that you actually can be open, and like take a chance on things here. And you're moving on from this past situation, these past emotions that you were dealing with. You're opening up emotionally as like things begin to open up or bubble up to the surface and such. Yeah. You're moving on from this past situation and realizing that essentially things don't have to be that way. And essentially moving towards a better future, essentially. To brighter days. To more positivity. Essentially. It's kind of like the vibe that I get there, yeah. So. So, yes. Definitely something very, very positive. Okay.
Let's see what the Empyrean one's dad. Oh, okay. Well, that one just kind of like flew out. Oh, interesting. This one again. I think we got this one earlier during... Was it during the collectives? No, I think someone got this one earlier. We have the ether again. Oh, sorry, here. Let me actually show that one off a bit. There. Ether. This one, just to kind of, like, put this out there, too, Ether is a card that definitely has, like, very, like, kind of dreamy energy to me. Ether, and just when you think it's nothing, it's everything. We may never be able to comprehend the idea of universal energy. We play with it like mercury broken free of a thermometer. Just when we think we have it, but it's the lens that we now see through, it dances away from us like a flame, and we are back on the bustling streets, shouting at faceless traffic. We are one has become a trope that we've outgrown. It's repeated to calm anxieties, to unify when there's a fracture, to soothe when we feel the heat of anger. It doesn't come close to capturing the true magnitude of all that we are. Of how truly connected everything and everyone is. Each of us a minuscule thread in a fabric woven together, stretching across time and space. A fabric that can shift and move, swell and contract, but cannot be torn or destroyed. The magic of knowing that we are the ether is having the ability to transform and expand in any given moment. It's trusting that the same atoms that make up this universe, that stretch on for eternity, that hold so much mystery and alchemy live within us. We can mirror their rhythm. We can tear down the levees that keep us trapped in this world made of steel, and begin believing in the ever-possible infinite, where ease is attainable, where the difference between love and hate is hair-thin. Trusted decision. We can embody the untamable wild that is the burning stars, the diamonds that rain on Jupiter, the laugh of the bold spirits that echo through galaxies. So, yes. Essentially, speaking to the possibility and the potential that lies in everything. Limitless possibilities. Okay, let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck has dad. Okay, we got 2 cards immediately. Nope, we got 3, actually. Okay. I work to be mindful throughout the day, continuing to come back to my center. So. I feel like these 2 are going together. Yeah. I'm going to be drawing that one afterwards. We got, I work to be mindful throughout the day, continuing to come back to my center, and also going in line with that, I believe there's this. I believe that these 2 are going together. I welcome challenges knowing I will grow and expand through them. Which these together, again, kind of tell me that, yes, there might be challenges along the way here, but you can handle this. Okay? You can handle this. Any challenges that you face along this path, they're doable. You can make it through this. And hammering that home is, I am more powerful than I imagine. So, if this path brings you challenges, you will have the ability to face them, okay? Okay? And let's see what the Thera-pets deck wants to add. Okay. We got two cards that literally just kind of floated out. Okay. And then like a third one. And two of these are definitely going together. Everything is scary. It's interesting that I talked about vulnerability given that card. What I said about this card here, the Queen of Cups. Everything is scary and you feel vulnerable, but that doesn't mean anything is going to go wrong. Anxious feelings aren't usually indicative of reality. And going in line with this, anxiety lies. There's no doom incoming, and you're managing everything just fine. I think so, yeah. And stay soft. The world may be cold, but we don't have to be. Which is very much going in line with that Queen of Cups energy as well. Okay, so I hope that message helps. And no matter what, don't give in to those negative thoughts, okay? Those things that tell you you can't, okay? Good. I'm glad. Okay. Good. Of course. That's what I do my best to do here. I know how often it's a situation that I've like frequently found myself in, is just feeling like everything is completely hopeless. And I know how important it is to actually find something that helps keep that hope alive, that reinvigorates, reignites that sense of hope. Okay. And let's see here. What message does Phantom Punk need to hear today? Oh boy, I just realized what time it is. We're gonna have like an over 4-hour stream here again. Okay. Right reversed. Right reversed. Right reversed. Okay. So we have here the Six of Cups reversed. The Five of Wands, Magician, and the Hierophant. So, essentially, what I'm getting out of this is, given the Six of Cups, and also the Magician as well, there's some of that energy within the Magician. I get the sense that this is in regards to future. Your future, essentially. And you may be finding some conflict here, not really with an outside source, I don't think, but rather there's like some internal, kind of like an internal struggle going on here, as you're like trying to figure out like what you should be doing with your life, essentially, and creating the life that you want for yourself. And this is more so, like I said, a conflict, an internal struggle. Internal conflict and an internal struggle. Not really that it's coming from like an outside source. And this might be leading to kind of feeling like a bit uncertain and unsure of like what direction you should be going in. And I believe that I'm pretty certain that this is like a message that's kind of come up for you somewhat. A similar vibe anyway, about like setting things up for your future. Exactly. And that this is like something that you're trying to do for yourself, essentially. And there may be, again, like some conflict here, some internal conflict, some internal struggles, internal arguments, essentially, as you're like trying to figure this out and trying to set up the life that you want for yourself. I think it's that, essentially, uncertainty that's kind of leading to these conflicts and such. And frustration as well is kind of like a sense that I get there. Yeah. I will say too that the Hierophant did pop out reversed, but even if a card does pop out in a set direction, I will usually ask them what direction they want to be in, because sometimes they'll kind of flip in the opposite direction, or sometimes they'll kind of turn sideways. which kind of tells me that, like, in those cases, that sometimes both sides of that energy are kind of being called on. So the Hierophant reversed is about following your own path, about essentially, it's very rebellious energy, going against, like, social structures, going against the grain, essentially, and forging your own path. And from the upright energy, essentially, and why I believe it did flip upright is because particularly what's coming through for that one is kind of associated with a story that's associated with imagery on this card. Because the thing I love about this deck is that all the images, all the artwork, are connected to a story of some sort. Whether that be a fairy tale, a folk tale, mythology. It pulls from those sorts of things from, like, so many different cultures. Which is why I love it. And it adds an extra layer. It's storytelling on top of storytelling. Because tarot is already kind of about, it kind of already tells a bit of a story. But there's an extra layer of storytelling on top of that with a deck like this, because they're actually connected to a story. The artwork is connected to a story. And with this one, this is the story of the White Buffalo Woman, which is a Lakota deity. It's a piece of Lakota mythology here. And the Hierophant is a spiritual leader, yes. They're a leader in general, but they typically have a connection to spirituality. But more than that, they're a teacher. She very much is. However, she essentially the energy of that story is about, it's about the community as a whole. She kind of helps teach people, the things that, she taught them, like, essentially, her people, how to survive, how to live, essentially. Everything they needed to know about the environment that they lived in. There was a very strong emphasis, again, placed on community there, and working together, and how there's a place for everyone, and that everyone should be in their place. And that support of the group as a whole and community is important. So, specifically, and perhaps you feel called to some of those things. However, that's not the part of the story that's sticking out the most to me. And if you want me to, I can actually pull out the book. There's a storybook that's associated with this deck. I have it. If you want me to, I can actually pull out the book and I can read the story for you. But what's standing out to me here is particularly, just kind of how there's... If you're uncertain, just know that there is a place for you somewhere, okay? Even if it doesn't make sense to anyone else. What's important is that it makes sense to you, okay? And that it's something that you're comfortable with. Something that you feel is best for you. And that's kind of where that reversal energy comes in here. That's what, like, forging your own path is all about. Hi! I hope you're doing well. But yeah, so just regardless, know that there is a place for you somewhere, even if you're uncertain of where that is currently, okay? There's a place for you somewhere. And that's where, like, yes, upright, there's that energy of, like, conformity, following tradition, and such. However, conformity doesn't always mean that you have to follow, you have to follow those traditions, that path. Sometimes it can just be there's also a sense of belonging there, which is, again, how that energy currently is just kind of speaking to me, so. More so than conformity, it's more so about fitting in somewhere. Belonging somewhere, essentially. There's a place for you. And you'll find it eventually. There's an ad break currently, so I'll go ahead and start pulling your Empyrean card. Just in case. Just in case. I won't read it quite yet, just in case ads interrupt it. But let's see what the Empyrean wants to add. Okay. Okay. Looks like ad break should be done. And how fitting. The card that immediately pops out here is very, very much going in line with that whole energy there. Liminal. Okay. Liminal. The in-between is like trying to catch smoke. We may be seeking, stretching for something to grasp onto, but nothing is solid. The harder we claw, the more bitter we grow. The truth is that nothing will find us until we are ready for it. A baby doesn't attempt to breathe in the womb, so we too must be patient until the time is right. And you will feel it. Rather than feeling like you're pushing a boulder up a hill, it will feel easy. The torturous part of the liminal is feeling like nothing is happening. A draught of inspiration. But what if there's an orchestra playing that we can't hear? You may feel like you're stuck in a maze, running into dead end after dead end, but the universe is piecing things together while you find your way out. In these moments, we must drop the rope we're trying to climb out with. Let yourself live in that moment between the in-breath and the out-breath. Most of our lives are spent pushing forward, but it is a truly enchanting experience to relish in the pause. To know we are becoming, but there is no fire to tend to yet. Make space for yourself. Do everything without purpose. Enjoy the view on the bridge while you're here. So, very, very much going in line with that whole energy there, yeah. You may not have things figured out yet. You may not know where you're going yet. Things might not make sense yet. And you may feel like you're getting nowhere. That may be where that sense of internal conflict is coming from here. But trust that things will work out here. Trust that there is a way out. The clarity will come, essentially. You'll know when it's time, essentially. So, when you'll know when. Essentially. That was one of the lines that stood out the most to me. Is, and we too must be patient until the time is right. And you will feel it rather than feeling like you're pushing a boulder up a hill. It will feel easy. So, you'll know when you actually find it. Okay, and let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add here. Okay. We got 3 cards here. I can create and maintain boundaries without losing love. Boundaries are always an important part of anything, really. I can release shame and judgment of myself. And I am worthy of having my needs honored. So, overall, your well-being is being emphasized the most here. Which also very much goes in line, again, with that whole Hierophant reversed energy. Yeah, and yeah, it makes sense why, like, something where these cards would potentially come up. Particularly if, you know, like, there's an internal kind of, like, conflict and uncertainty and all sorts of shit just kind of going on. Sometimes when we find ourselves in those moments of struggle, we kind of forget to actually take care of ourselves. So, this is kind of your reminder to actually be taking care of yourself. And prioritize yourself and what you want out of things, okay? Okay, I hope that message helped. Good. I'm glad. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Are you still here, new beans? Let me take a drink. Anyway, I suppose I'll go ahead and start getting into the stories that I said I'd talk about earlier. Some of the early experiences that I had before some of the guides made themselves known, essentially. Before I actually, like, started. Before they actually, like, made their presence known and actually, started just kind of making their appearances. That month-ish period, it was probably closer to a month and a half, in between, was very interesting, and there were a lot of strange occurrences. So, one of them I want to tell, because it was probably one of the earliest ones that I experienced. So this is one specifically about Mr. Thass, and I brought this up earlier when I was talking about, like, the trickster energy that he holds and stuff. This is one of the earliest examples of that weirdness. So, and again, just kind of shows how much, like, that whole thing about, like, what I mean about him, just wanting to make people laugh. and how that like trickster energy like actually comes into play for him. He just likes making people laugh. So he's an absolute goofball. And one of the earliest examples that I have of this was way before like any of this started happening. So, this was kind of... I don't remember exactly what was going on at the time, but I know it was a period in time where my ex and I weren't really in the best of places. I was struggling a lot, and he wasn't really sure like what he should be doing, like how he could like offer any sort of comfort. So it was, we weren't really getting along the best at that point in time, and out of nowhere, he just tells me, he just kind of like pauses and was just kind of like, what the fuck? And he tells me an image that he just had flash in his head. Again, this isn't something that normally happens for him very much. I mean, really at all. It was just something that was really random and just came out of fucking nowhere. Because there's just, you know, very heavy moment, and like I was just not in a good space, and he was just kind of also not really in the best space and was struggling a little bit, particularly because he didn't really know what to do. He didn't know how to cheer me up, and so he just pauses and it's just kind of, you know, like, what the fuck? And then he tells me again, like, this image that he just had flash in his head. Do you want to know what he saw? Like, after he relayed this info to me, we both started fucking cracking up, because it was just like, where the hell did that come from? What the fuck was that? But do you want to know what he saw? Do you want to know what image just kind of flashed in his head? He saw himself face planting into a bowl of lettuce. And it was just like so fucking random, so just fucking strange, that it immediately just kind of de-escalated the situation, because all we could do in that moment was just fucking laugh, because why where just where did that come from? Like, why would he just have like a sudden fucking like image flash in his head of him face planting, just suddenly face planting forward into a bowl of lettuce? And then a little bit later, after guides and stuff had started making their fucking appearances and making themselves known, and I started figuring out their identities, it turns out that was Mr. Sass. That was his doing. Just because he wanted to break the tension and he wanted us to laugh. And at that point in time, he wasn't really spending much time around us because at that point in time, he also himself wasn't really in the best of spaces. Okay? Just to put that simply. Just to put that simply. I'm not going to get into all the reasons why. But just to put it simply, just he didn't trust himself for various reasons. But so yeah, he yep, that was his doing. That was Mr. Sass. That was Mr. Sass. Just made Adam see himself face planting into a bowl of lettuce, which makes it even funnier. Once I actually figured out his identity and I started connecting things to him, I started like looking things up. So, lettuce supposedly, according to the mythology, was one of his favorite foods. There's a reason for that, and that's because lettuce apparently was seen as an aphrodisiac. I'm just gonna say that he's a very interesting character, okay? Okay. So, I'm just gonna leave it there. There's also a story involving lettuce with him too, so yeah. But anyway, a story in mythology, not a story with him. But I experienced a story in mythology. So, yeah. So, I don't think the other person is here, because I don't see them in the chat list. So, I'm pretty sure they're gone. So, let me just go ahead and close out queue here. Okay. But, so, yeah. That was one of the strange experiences that we had early on. And one of the things that kind of announced his presence... okay. So, you know that Isis Oracle that I've only shown like a few times on camera? Initially, that was a deck that I used for personal use. I still don't use it on stream very much. I've never shown it on camera, ever. At that point, I had never shown it on camera. And I'd certainly never shown the backs of the cards on camera. He had never seen this deck at all, Adam. And one night, out of nowhere, as he's kind of half out of it, as he's starting to drift off to sleep a little bit. This was again during a period of just a lot of uncertainty and a lot of struggle. He has a sudden image flash in his head again. He saw 5 cards spread out in a line, going up. And it just like completely took him out of it. he was just super confused and just, again, like, what the fuck was that? And I questioned him about it a little bit, because I was just like, what? My first thought immediately goes to that deck, because at that point I had been getting a lot of very interesting messages from that deck. Particularly, I was starting to get a lot of the messages, a lot of the cards, or the cards that I was getting a lot frequently involved the cards that have set on them. The two cards from that deck that have him on it are the Truths Unveiled and the Brother in Darkness. So I pull out the deck, I take a picture of it, and I send it to him. I take a picture of the backs of the cards and I send it to him, and I was just like, is this the card that you saw? And he starts freaking out because it was. He's never seen those cards. Ever. At that point. He'd never seen them. I never showed them to him at all. Ever. In any capacity. But he saw the backs of them. And he saw them in a specific formation. I looked at the booklet for that card. Turns out, those 5 cards he saw, they were going straight up in a line. But five cards was like the thing that stood out the most to me. I look in the booklet, and there's actually a spread that's called Wings of Isis. The cards are spread out in an arc. There are 5 of them. However, the middle card that would have been at the point of the arc, I got 5 cards that popped out for that middle card. And the way I arranged them was in a straight line going up. That one was pretty much when I was just like, what the fuck is happening? What is happening? Why is he seemingly getting messages for me? Why? How the hell would he know what the cards look like when he's never seen them? And then shortly after that, there's one more story that I want to share here, to just kind of show how crazy those like early experiences were. And this was when it kind of solidified things for me. And this might kind of give an insight into this might kind of help give an insight into like certain things. Another one of the things that happened shortly after that one where he saw the cards. This one, I don't believe he was falling asleep for this one. He was just actually wide awake for this one. Out of nowhere, he started having like more images pop up, except this one was more intense. This one was not just like a singular image, or like in the case of the lettuce bowl, you know, like very brief. This one was something.
So, one night, he just kind of, he goes silent for a bit. After he gets over the shock of it, he just kind of like starts telling me what just happened to him. He says he just saw himself walking down like an ancient road in a desert area. He saw a village, a city. At the end of that road was a big temple. And that's all well and good. But after a few moments, apparently it shifted. It shifted, and the city was no longer just peaceful. After a few seconds, after a few moments, he says that suddenly it shifted. City's on fire. Everything's on fire. And on the side of one of the buildings, he saw the words "deceit entity." You wanna know what one of the titles that Set has? One of the things that he was supposedly known for? People usually take this the wrong way, but I will kind of help contextualize this a little bit in a moment. So, yeah, fucking city is suddenly on fire. It's complete chaos. And on the side of one of the buildings, he sees the words "deceit entity." Set was also known as a god of deceit. However, that does not mean that he's deceitful, that he's a liar, or manipulative, or anything of that sort. Quite the opposite, actually. However, to contextualize that, he was quite a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, because he was also a warrior. That's where that comes into play. Deceit is the wrong word. It should be tactics. Strategy. Because that's something he was very good at. Welcome back. As I was saying, one of the things he was known for was also being a god of deceit. But, it wasn't about dishonesty.
He wasn't a liar, he wasn't manipulative, he wasn't deceitful. More so, to contextualize it, he was also a warrior, and, he was apparently quite the force to be reckoned with. That's where that concept comes into play. Strategy, tactics would be better words to use in that context. Unfortunately, I am not. But, thank you for the raid, by the way. I'm sorry that my queue's closed for the night. But I will be doing a closing message here very soon. For those of you who do wish to stay around. But regardless, thank you for the raid, thank you for stopping by, I do appreciate it. But yes, rather than deceit, strategy and tactics would be a better word. Would be better words to use in that context. Because that's where it's applicable. Because he is actually quite the opposite from being deceitful. He's not. That again just comes from that point in time in which he was demonized and made out to be evil because they focused on only one aspect. One event. But, yeah. So, in other words, there are a lot of weird things. And at that point in time, I was getting a lot of messages that involved things that involved, like, cards that involved him. So, it wasn't too long after that that he actually made an appearance. That was actually kind of what announced his presence. Directly. I have a feeling that was from him directly, because he didn't always think very highly of himself, particularly in the very beginning of when he made himself known here. He didn't think very highly of himself. That's changed now. So, he's, definitely a lot more comfortable with himself now. So, that's apparently one of the things that I helped him with. Which, again, is one of those things that it's just kind of like, but how? Is that really something that happened? Right? You sure you're not just fucking with me? But, no. But yes, that's kind of one of those things that's very, very hard for me to believe. But it's apparently something that actually occurred, something that I've actually helped him with. So, and he's always been
He's always been very grateful to me for that. And there's a reason. There are many reasons, but there's a reason why he's the one that I'm actually closest to of my guides. There's a reason why he's actually the one who usually speaks. Even in, you know, like readings from others. He's usually the one that speaks. He's the one that's closest to me and who has the strongest connection with me. And yes, he's very intense and also very, very protective. Not in an overbearing way, but yeah. But anyway, yeah, so those are some of these stories of early experiences. So, there's a lot more than that. A lot of it I'm still trying to process and trying to work through. Because a lot of it is still kind of just, like I said earlier, very hard to believe, just very what the fuck. And there's a lot of imposter syndrome kind of surrounding those experiences, because it's just kind of like, but did I really experience those things? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay, but anyway. They indeed do. And there's a lot more than that. There were a lot of things that happened, and like I said, a good chunk of it I can't really share. Because there are some things that do involve a couple other people. And some of it is still just kind of too really out there for me to actually just kind of accept. To just seemingly too good for me to actually accept. Just too big for me to actually accept. But they keep insisting, like, again. Like, no, you're not imagining things. You've actually experienced these things. You've heard things correctly. But, meh. Eh. Eh. But anyway, yeah. So, yes. But anyway, it's oh my gosh, it's almost 10 o'clock. I've almost been streaming for 5 hours. What the fuck? Okay, yeah. I need to do a closing message so I can actually go get some food and go rest. So, let's see what closing message there is to share. Oh my goodness. Okay. Speaking of cards with his image on it.
Okay. Reversed. Yep. Okay. Reversed. Okay. Okay. We have the Nine of Swords, Seven of Cups, Five of Swords, and Eight of Coins. So, there's a lot of anxiety here. Anxiety, worries, fears, doubts, and just a general sense of defeatedness, powerlessness, hopelessness here. Those last three things coming from this. And it's essentially leading to you kind of feeling pulled in a million different directions. Uncertain of where you should be going. And you probably are starting to wonder to yourself, is this work that I'm putting in actually going to pay off? Is there any point to doing this anymore? Am I really going to get anything out of this? The answer is yes. The work will pay off. There's something at the end here, okay? You will get the things that you seek here at the end of this. Okay? You will. Just gotta keep pushing through, okay? Gotta keep pushing through that. And do your best not to let these worries and fears and anxieties and doubts have as strong of a hold over you anymore, okay? And let's see what the Empyrean wants to add. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have here retreat. Let's see, it's on page 18. Retreat. Sometimes it is absolutely necessary to retreat. And this word is often laced with shame. It has become synonymous with quitting rather than a strategic decision that allows one to keep going. But the best generals know when to retreat. It allows us to catch our breath, to tend to our wounds, to find the path forward. We can often we can feel this need rising within us, and if we honor the call, the layers will weave themselves together more seamlessly. When we ignore the deep knowing, outside forces often organize and bring it upon us anyway, which can feel more painful and jarring and may leave us trying to claw our way out of it. If you were driving mountain roads alone, and a thick fog rolled over, you likely wouldn't risk forging ahead when you couldn't see beyond a foot in front of you. It's time to heed that call within you. Maybe you felt it growing, or perhaps your body is trying to communicate that it's the time. When we aren't feeling well or we're lacking our usual energy, it's our body trying to do what's in our best interest, hoping we will listen. Now is the perfect time to prioritize necessity, but not go beyond that. Only do what must be done and wait until you feel it's the right time to expand. Which very, very much goes in line with this. Prioritizing yourself and what you need and taking the time to replenish yourself and give yourself what you need. It's not about giving up. It's not about walking away. No. It's about taking a pause and retreating internally. Retreating to your places of comfort, of replenishment. Okay? Take the time to give yourself what you need. Okay? Take the time to give yourself what you need. You'll know when the time is right to actually continue moving forward with things again, but now is not the time, okay? Now is not the time. It's okay to take breaks for yourself. Okay? It's okay. Your goals aren't going anywhere. You're not going to do any progress. But if you keep pushing yourself as hard as you are, eventually you're going to burn out. So, give yourself time to replenish, recharge. I just hit my table. Okay, let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add. Okay, what do we got here? These two are coming up so fucking frequently tonight. This one in particular, this last one, going in line with this. About things you need to release here, okay? Along with these. I can release shame and judgment of myself. This card also mentioned shame, feelings of shame. Okay? Don't be so hard on yourself. Let go of these feelings of guilt, shame, judgment, okay? Stop being so critical of yourself. I promise you're doing a lot better than you think you are, okay? Even if you can't see that progress yet. Even if you can't see the point of it yet. Just don't be so hard on yourself, okay? And going in line with this, I am open to loving myself unconditionally. And you deserve to be able to love yourself, okay? You deserve to be able to love yourself. And you deserve love and kindness from others too, okay? Even if you think you don't. You do. You do. Okay. So. I hope that message helps. But unfortunately, it is time for me to call it here. Thank you all for stopping by, whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked. I appreciate you sharing your time with me. Thank you again to the raiders. I appreciate you stopping by. But, again, thank you all for sharing your time with me. I do appreciate it. I hope to see you all again soon. Bye for now.